back to you in the spring. Good morning, race fans, and welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway for the FARA Miami Grand Prix. I'm Nick Soriano up in the tower, and today we've got a great lineup of racing for you. Up next, on track now, the prototype and GT field for race number 3. 25-minute session around this 14-turn, 2.2-mile speedway. It encompasses the oval and the road course here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Let's run through your starting order. Your prototypes up front. Number 77, Nabi Mumar, and the 11 of Drew Altman, who are 2 prototypes in the field. Just behind them, your GT field, led by the 91, Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez. After that, the 313 of Kelly Ganji, and the 24, Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer. Number 67 is the outside of row 2. That's Robert Garza. Then inside of row 3, the 08 of Miguel Angel Marcano Jr. And the outside, the 4 of Mike Manella. Just behind them, the 4X of Michael Coquad and the 274 of James Hammond. And the 72 of Warren Cooper and the 772 of Jeff Altenberg. In the 15th position, the 66 of David Lira and the 79 of Jared Wilson. We saw those 2 battling it out yesterday during the regular race and a little bit of the Enduro, so we expect to see them competing again. And behind them, the 129 of Miguel Angel Marcano and the 96 of Larry Giles. After that, the 53 of Gary Young and the 193 of Rafael Garcia Jr. And rounding out that group, the 47 of Justin Levine. Got a lot of classes in this group today, but the group we're going to be watching very closely, the GT1B field. Yesterday, during not only the race in our evening session and the Enduro, that group was nose to nose, really getting after it. We're expecting a lot of close racing again today. They're all stacked up in a row near the front of that GT field. So keep an eye out for the 91, the 67, the 4X, the 4, and a few other of their friends in there. Coming up after this is our ProSpec Miata race. That's going to be race number 2 for them. Then at 10:30, Formula FARA race number 2. So this morning, before our lunch break, a lot of good racing. The pace car has pulled off. 77 has the field, working out of NASCAR 3, and the green flag is out for our prototypes. There they go. The 11 of the FP1 class. Altman is going to take a jump ahead, and now the GT field comes up. The 91 has the field. Looking for the starter. Green flag waves. 91 goes with the 313 just on the outside as they all go barreling into turn number 1. They're 4 wide. 4 rows back. Spreading out 3 wide to turn number 1. Everyone makes it through cleanly. And the 91 will lead into turn number 2 as everyone finds their way. Single file, a little dust flying at turn 2. Everyone facing the right direction, a little traffic jam there. But there they go, down into turns number 3, 4, and 5. The short shoot to turn number 6. The 313 looking around the outside, trying to find a way around the 91. Making the move to the outside, they're going to make it stick. So the 313 takes the lead in your GT group. It's 3rd place overall. And now the 91 and the 67 are nose to tails. Excuse me, 91 and the 24 are nose to tail, heading down into turn number 8. Just behind the 24, we saw our fastest qualifier yesterday. That is David Twatty. Came from a long way back at the start, made a lot of good moves, and worked his way up. that orange and blue Porsche 911. As they turn down turn number 10 into the road course section. Trying to hold them off, but the GT1A cars working their way through. So the 313 is going to lead that group, followed by the 268 of David Twatty, 77 into the mix there with them. Excuse me, the 67 in the mix there with them. Now the 313 out ahead of the 268 of David Twatty, going to try to hunt them down for that GT1A class win. The 24 goes through the inside of the 91 as well. It's the 91 right in front of the 4. So the GT1B cars all getting into a line now, working their way towards turn 8, the hairpin onto the back straightaway. The 4 is going to go up the inside of the 91 in turn 8. The 4 make it work. They do. The 4 and the 67 will sneak by the 91. So changes in our GT1B field as they make their way down the back straightaway towards turn number 10. They'll go off the banking into the road course section. In the meantime, the 11 has taken the overall lead and ran away with it. Then the 77. But now the 313, the 268, Ganji and Twatty coming across the start-finish line here, nose to tail. 268 looking to take the lead in GT1A, and the 4 and the 67 now lead, and the 4X and the 47 have also gotten by the 91. So the 91 went from leading the GT field overall down to 5th in class, 7th in the GT field. The 268 working the outside down the short chute to turn number 6. 313 has the inside, gonna try to hold them off. Can the 268 make it stick? No. 313 will defend, holds the line through 6 and 7. Tough to get around the outside through that double right-hander. Good gap between the 313 and the 268 this time into the hairpin. The 268 will not make a move. Staying single file. Close though at the exit. If they put the power down, got a good chance to make a run into turn 10. But we do have yellows out. Double yellows out for an incident around the track. So everyone will regroup. I don't see where the incident is exactly. But the pace car is going to come out and pick up our overall leader. And we're going to regroup this field and have a restart after things get cleaned up. Still looking around the track to try and find what car is stranded out there. So an early double yellow, full course caution is going to regroup this field after a bit of reordering. It's going to put all of our GT1A cars, the 313, the 268, and the 24, nose to tail in that GT1A battle. Right behind them, GT1B battle. The 4 of Mike Manella leading that group, and then the 67, the 4X of Michael Coquad, 47 of Justin Levine, and the 91 of Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez. Not sure who's driving that one today for the sprints. Maybe they're each taking one. I know they shared the car during the Enduro last night. Looking a little bit further down the list, the GT2A battle, 772 of Jeff Altenberg is just ahead of James Harmon in the 274. GT4, the 77X of Marco and Rick is ahead of the 32 of Carlos Villasana. GT3 Jill Urso in the 46 is the first car in that category. GT4B, E800 is your current leader in that category. Over the 193 of Rafael Garcia Jr. Any other classes to take a peek at? Yeah, we'll look at the Honda Wars class. The 317 of Ramirez is in front of the 6 of Wilbur Perez. They had a pretty big gap last time by 8 seconds, but this is going to regroup the field, so maybe some traffic that already caused those two to get separated. Now that'll bring them back together. And I'm seeing the safety cars, safety workers over in turn number 3. The 66 car is disabled over there. The BMW Z4. Of David Lira, our only GT2B car that's started. None of the other cars have times, Larry Giles or Jared Wilson. So the GT2B field, if this car can't get rolling again, is going to be empty for the rest of the race. In GT5, the last class to get an update here. 256 of Alejandro Garcia is leading over Peter Ballou in the 25 and the 43 of David Brown. Coming in third. Fourth, the 44 of Alfonso Ruiz. So now we've got all of our cars getting back single file for this restart. Looks like they have the 66 hooked up. Should be a quick caution in this 25-minute session. Already 8 minutes in, so about 15 minutes to go when we get the green. And it doesn't appear to be any damage on that 66 car from my angle in the tower. So maybe some electrical gremlins that caused that car to shut off. They're going to get it back. Should be an easy fix. They'll be able to come back out for the next race this afternoon. Also looking down on pit lane, the 111 that was not able to start in the Honda Wars category, that's Albin Roman, is making its way down pit road. We'll see if they are able to get back out on track. That car didn't sound super healthy yesterday. Bit of chaos ensuing. I think the pace car pulled off, but the lights were on and everyone went around. Not exactly what they're supposed to do. We are still under double yellow, so a little bit of accordion happening. No incidents from it, luckily. And now the leader, the 11, has the field as the pace car came down pit road, pulled off track, and no one followed them. Stewards may have a little discussion to have with them after the race. And the pace car is going to go around NASCAR 1 and 2 oval to try and catch the rest of the field as they exit turn number 8 onto the back straightaway. For those of you watching at home, you may know that this is a multi-class race. So yes, there are multiple races going on at the same time. All these different classes that we read through, different specifications of cars, different speeds, powers, weights, tire restrictions. A lot of things can change. So there's races within the race that everyone is trying to keep track of. And sometimes it's tough as a driver. You don't know necessarily who is in your class. Hard to see the designations on the side of the car when you are in full gear, helmets, Hans, fire suits. Makes it a little difficult to read those letters at a high rate of speed. So a lot of times you'll see cars out of class racing each other. And a lot of times that's just for the experience, the track time, to have some fun. But the trophies that they give out are for your classes. Those are what's mattering. That is what we are going to try and commentate on. And the safety car has made it ahead of the field now. Got everyone back after that little bit of a surprise that we had on the front straightaway. The safety car will take them down the road course. Looks like the lights just turned off, so we are going to go back to racing, this time by. I'm seeing the 66 was able to get restarted, so they will rejoin at the back of the field after getting disabled in turn number 3. The safety car pulls in. The 11 has the field coming out of turn 14. The green flag waves. We are back to racing on race number 3 for our prototypes and GT cars. 313 leading GT1A is going to get around the prototype of the FP3 category, number 77. And now all of the GT cars will have a little bit of traffic. The prototype is a little bit slower than the GT cars. So they will have to work their way around. That's 268 on the outside of the 313, exiting turn 5 as they work their way down to turn 6. We saw this previously. The 268, Jay Vituati was not able to make it around. And same thing again. He'll have to pull in line the 313 of Kelly Ganji. But this time, goes up the inside. A slow exit at turn 6 allows the 268 to get around. And they will lead GT1 going into turn number 8. Just behind them, GT1B cars. Number 4 able to get around some prototype traffic. 47 in the mix with the 67 as well. All of them, and now the 24 has caught up to the 313, looking to take second place away, going up the inside of turn 10. No, not enough room. So the 268 will lead GT1A, and the 4 will continue to lead in GT1B. A little bit of traffic there. The 66 holding up the 4 at the exit. 47 looking up the inside of the 67. No room there. The 4X just behind the 91 trying to make a charge, get back to that group of GT1B cars. Single file still through turns 3, 4, and 5. The 268 starting to pull away from the 313. The 24 right on that back bumper. 24 was faster than the 313 during the Enduro last night, so we'll see if they can find that same pace they found. Get that car around them for a second place spot. Right now, the bottom step of the podium for the 24. Behind them, the 67 has a good run out of turn number 7, looking to the outside of the 4 into turn number 8. Late on the brakes for the 67. Do they have enough? They're going to slide a little bit, staying on track, but exit just good enough to be side by side with the 4. The 67 and the 4 in a drag race down the back straightaway, turn towards 10. The 4 with the advantage on the inside. 67 brakes late and is going to dive around the outside of the 4, making the pass. Turn number 11, they've got it stuck. So the 67 leads the 4, then the 47, and the 4X in GT1B. And the 67, a great exit from turn 14. The 47 now all over the back bumper of the 4, trying to work their way through. Unable to do it to turn number 1, but now the 67 has some clean air as the GT1A cars start to pull a little bit of a gap over the GT1B cars. With 8 minutes to go in this session. Taking Peek a little further back in the field. Some side-by-side action here between the 800 and the 25. Those two cars not in class together. And the rest of our field fairly spread out from our class leaders. So we'll take a look back at GT1A and GT1B. GT1A, the 268, has pulled a 4 or 5 second lead over the 313, but the 24 has not gone anywhere. The 24 looking to find a way to get into that second position in GT1A. The 67 of GT1B, though, a great run through the infield, almost caught up to the back of the 24. A little bit of a tough exit. The 47 has gotten around the 4 now. So the 47 second place in GT1B, and the 4X is all over the back bumper of the 4. The 91 doesn't quite have the pace we saw last night in the Enduro. That car led for much of the race. Not quite able to get to the back bumper. A good 3 or 4 seconds from the 4X to the 91 now. So the battle for that bottom step of the podium in GT1B is on. The 4 and the 4X. 911 versus a Cayman. And for such a long time, I think the Cayman got a reputation of being the little brother to the 911. And Porsche, when they introduced the GT4, really offered a good product as the 4X goes up the inside of the 4. That Cayman showing its stuff, makes the pass through turn number 8 onto the back straightaway. So now the 67 leads the 47, and then the 4X has taken the 3rd spot on the podium for GT1B. And just ahead of them, the 24 has gotten around the 313, but the side-by-side action has slowed them down. The 67 is now on the back of the 313. So Kelly Ganji and the GT1A car under attack from the 67 of Robert Garza. They are not in the same class, but the 67 has made their way around now. The 67, that Audi R8 showing some pace, able to get around the 313, and now the 47 looking for a way past the 313 car as well. Trying to keep pace with the class leader there, but the traffic going to cause a little bit of an issue. Slow them down through turn 6 and 7. That's great news for the 67 and the 4X, who is trying to get to the back bumper of the 47. Just at the 5-minute mark to go, probably about 3 more laps. Keep an eye on the starter stand to see what flags they have in their hand. The 268 underneath everyone on the front straightaway, getting past some slower traffic. Some of our Honda Wars competitors there. So now the 24 under attack from the 67. Robert Garza able to get that car up there. The 47 got around the 313. And next, the 4X is going to be trying to get around. Trying to find a way to compete for that second spot in GT1B. The 4 falling off pace just a little bit. Not able to get around some lap traffic there through turn number 3. They're going to get held up. Make it a little bit tougher. 4X really on the back bumper of that 313 now. Overall leader, the 11 car, making its way through the road course section right now. That's our FP1 entrant, Drew Altman. heading under the start-finish line for what I believe is 2 more laps. Let's see what timing and scoring tells our starter. The 268, second place overall. Quite a ways back, around 20, 25 seconds between the front two. And then a big gap back to the 24, second in GT1A, and a lot of traffic between them. Working their way through these cars, the 24 and the 67, GT1A and the GT1B competitor, working their way through. The 47 going to have some lap traffic, able to get by. So now clean track for the 47 to try and track down the 67 with just a few laps to go. The starter reaching for the white flag now. Looks like we are going to see a white flag next time by. So with a lap and a half to go, does the 47 have anything? Get to the back bumper of the 67 and make a run at the lead there for GT1B. A lot of traffic between them. The 67 also trying to take a spot away from the 24. Trying to get that 3rd overall position as they work their way down into turn number 8. Some lap traffic to contend with. The 67 nowhere to go. The 24 will defend, hold that inside line, but on the exit, the 67 gets the power down a little bit earlier. But that car, being a different class, doesn't have the legs. The 24 is going to be able to stretch ahead as the white flag is now out. We are working our last lap of race number 3 for our GT and prototype cars. The 67 unable to make the pass, but looking left, looking right through turns 13 and 14 onto the front straightaway. The 47 closing a little bit with 1 to go. They cross under, start, finish. Will the 47 be able to make a move? Oh, the 67 spins. 67 spins through turn 1. It comes to a stop in the grass. The 67 is given up first position, and GT1B to the 47 with a spin through turn 1, carried a little too much speed, got over the curbs, and the car just went around on them. They're stopped in the grass there. Doesn't look like any damage to the car, so hopefully they can get it refired. We've got a local caution sitting in turn number 1, but the 11 working through turns 13 and 14. As our last car takes the white flag, the checker comes out, and the 11 of FP1, Drew Altman, is going to win race number 3 for your GT and prototype field. The next car to come by is the 268 of David Twatty, who will take the win in GT1A. Then the 24 of Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer will take second in GT1A. Looking back to our GT1B field. The 47 of Justin Levine will be your winner there in GT1B. As all the cars slowly making their way across the start-finish line. The 4 with a little bit of body damage, that back bumper hanging off. Must have had some sort of contact throughout the race. That's Michael Manella, going to finish second in GT1B. So an interesting finish there. 67 taking a spin through turn number 1. A little bit of chaos as everyone made their way through. So let's run through some of your classes here. GT4B, the 800 of Team Sawinski is going to be your winner over the 193 of Rafael Garcia Jr. GT1B, we talked about it. Justin Levine in the 47 will take the win over the number 4 of Michael Manella. Then the 91 of Rosario and Rodriguez is in third. The 67, Robert Garza, is going to finish 4th. And the 4X, Michael Coquad, is going to finish 5th. GT4, the 77X of Marco and Rick wins over the 32 over Carlos Villasana, and the 973 of Cohen and Johan Peter over the 198 of Ben Arce. GT1A, David Twatty wins over the 24 of Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer. Then the 72 of Warren Cooper sneaks ahead of 313 of Kelly Ganji, who had to pull in early, 2 laps down. In Honda Wars, the 317 of Ramirez will take the win over the number 6 of Wilbur Perez and the 111 of Albin Roman. Those cars able to get back on track. Roman started late, finishing 4 laps down. In GT3, Jill Urso, our sole entry in the 46 car. Then in GT2A, Jeff Altenberg wins over Gary Young and James Hammond. In FP3, Nabi Mumar wins as the lone entrant there. GT2B, David Lira ends up winning as Larry Giles started late, so even though they had some problems there at the beginning of the race, 66 is going to come away with a win. In FP1, Drew Altman will take the win as the sole FP1 car. And GT5, Pete Ballou wins that over the 43 of David Brown, and the 256 of Alejandro Garcia, and the 44 of Alfonso Ruiz. Coming up next, our Spec Miata race number 2. ProSpec Miata about to put on a show. Cars are on grid. Step aside for just a moment. We will come right back to give you that race. Stay tuned.
Everybody woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. It's not my day.
Welcome back, race fans, to Homestead Miami Speedway for the FARA Miami Grand Prix. I'm Nick Soriano up in the tower, and up next on track, our ProSpec Miata race number 2. Yesterday in the shootout, we saw some great action from the front of the field all the way to the back. 13 cars on the grid today. Let's run through them. Starting in pole position, the 24 of Alex Acosta. Outside, the 101 of Michael Fountain. Right behind the 24 is the 55. We've seen Todd Burris and Center Smith drive that car throughout the weekend, so we'll see who that's going to be today. To the right of the 55 is the 69 of Mike Leo, and the 54 of Italiano Scapitici, and the 20 of Mike Hitchme on the outside of row 3. The 17 of Kalen Kinley, and then the 117 of Mark Kinley in row number 4. Row number 5, Macy Urso and John Griffin. Row 6, the 65 of Louis Bustami, and the 127 of Camden Brown. And rounding things out, the 3 of Grayson Knoll. Well, here we are. The pace car is pulling off the track. The 24 has the field as they work their way towards start-finish line. A little bit of a jump, and the 24 moves to the front as the green flag waves. The 101 of Michael Fountain looking for a way around, thinking about an inside move, but stays in line. 55 and the 69 follow suit, jumping in line as they make their way through turn number 2 to turn number 3. Single file all the way back. A little bit of action there. That looks like Mark Kinley getting shuffled out of line, having to find his way back in to the fold as all the cars make their way down the short chute. Alex Acosta starting to open up a little bit of a gap, about 2.5 car lengths back to Michael Fountain, and the 55 all over the back of the 101. 55 drops the wheel at the exit of turn 6. A lot of dust in the air. No time lost, it looks like, as all the cars make it through. Single file. Pretty tight group from the 55 back to the 17. As the 24 takes them through turns 8, turn 9. This group, we will see them up on the banking of NASCAR 2 and 3. So a little more speed being carried into turn number 1 than groups we've seen before this morning. The 69 has gotten to the back of the 55. They're working together, trying to get back to Acosta and Fountain at the front. Right behind them, the 54 and the 20 working together as well. So 1 and 2 solo, 3 and 4 together, 5 and 6 together, bump drafting, working their way towards start finish this time by. The gap is closing between the 69 and the 55. Is it enough to make a move on the 101? It is not. They will have to fall in line through turns number 1 and 2, but much closer this time to the 101. Does the 55 have anything? Looking around, nothing there. They're single file through turns 3 and 4. 55 looking up the inside, has a fender, but not able to make it, and that's going to cost them on the exit. 69 with a bit of a run now. Will they push or will they try to make a move? Mike Leo thinking about it. Goes for the push. Going to push into turn number 6 as the front 6 cars nose to tail through turns 6 and 7. Alex Acosta with a little bit of dust kicked up. Really pushing it through turn 6 and 7 there. On the second short chute to turn number 8. Into turn number 8, all single file still. I think we're going to see some strategy play out with some bump drafting here. Who is going to connect? Who's going to work together? The 69 right on the back bumper of the 55, exactly where they want to be for a good bump draft around the track. They are the first pair to hook up. The 20 trying to get to the back of the 54. 54 does not wait up for them. So the 69 and the 55 are going to push ahead of 5th and 6th position. Now they are hunting down the 101 of Michael Fountain. This time a little bit closer as they go through NASCAR's 3 and 4, exiting onto the front straightaway. They are right on the back bumper. Fountain goes low to defend. The 69 pokes the nose out. The 55 going around the outside. The 69 tries to go to the inside, backs out. Now the 55 around the outside of Michael Fountain. The 24 slow through turn number 1. The 55 will make the pass though. 55, Todd Burris into second place, now on the back of the 24, Alex Acosta. Now Michael Fountain and Mike Leo together, the 24 and the 54 and the 20. Batishi and Hitchme staying together there. And the last car clinging to that group is the 17 of Kalen Kinley, about 5 cars back. If anything happens, any mistakes are made, she'll have a spot as a little bit of a lockup of the 20, Hitchme. And this time Acosta, a bigger gap than what Fountain had last time they got into turn number 8. The 55 just not able to keep pace. So Acosta doing it all on his own up front. The 69 very close. This time the 101 trying to get to the back of the 55. And there they go. Doesn't lift for the 69. So now the 55 and the 101 together. They connect fairly early on the straightaway. The 69 all by itself. So first by themselves, second and third working together. Fourth by themselves, fifth and sixth together on the straightaway. Both the pairs connected very well through turns 3 and 4 this time. Working their way to the front straightaway. 55 and the 101 too far back to get to the 24. As the 101 looks to move to the inside, doesn't get by the 55. 55 breaks late, hangs onto it through turn 1 and 2. A little bit of dust on the exit of turn 2, but this time they are a little closer to the 24. Since they played nicely through the first set of corners there, through the Florida roller coaster, 3, 4, and 5. Talked about it yesterday. The most elevation change of what I believe is any track in Florida. And the 24 able to make a little bit of a gap at the exit of turn 5 to turn number 6. Seems like the 55 just doesn't quite have the power to stay with. So the 101 of Michael Fountain is either going to have to go around and try and do it himself or work together on these straightaways to make this happen. Exiting turn number 9 onto the back straightaway, the 101 right on the back bumper of the 55. A good early bump draft. Going to be able to make the most of it. With 5 or 6 car lengths up to the 24. Going to be tough. 18 minutes to go. We'll see how long this pace can last. A little cooler than our race yesterday. So the bump draft probably more effective. The car's able to stay in line a little bit better than usual. This time, will it be close enough? They've got a good run. The 55 around the outside. The 101 looked to make a move too. Unable to do it. The 55 is going to try to stick it. He does. Todd Burris holds off the 24. So the 55 into the lead over the 24. Now split up from the 101. Michael Fountain in third. Fountain looking for an inside pass into turn number 3. Unable to do so. So they will stay single file out of turn number 5 down the short chute to turn number 6. Looking further back in the field, talk about the 54 and the 20, the last 2 cars in that front group, and the 17 of Kalen Kinley all by themselves. After that yellow 58 of Macy Urso, and the 117 of Mark Kinley. Oh, sorry, the 65 of Louis Bustami. The 58 is the gray car. That's Macy Urso. And then the 117 of Mark Kinley. The 3 of Grayson Knoll is moved up. And the 127 of Camden Brown is in 12th. And in 13th, the 169 of John Griffin rounding out our field. So now looking out at the back straightaway. The 24 is pushing the 55. The 69 has not gotten to the back bumper of the 101. So the front 2 have a good bump draft together. Third and fourth do not have a bump draft yet. That's going to allow the 55 and the 24 to start to pull away. So about 4 car lengths between the 24 and the 101 now, between second and third, as the 55 of Todd Burris continues to lead. We'll see how long things work out. My observation, the 55 does not have a lot of power by itself. If I was Alex Acosta, I would be using the 55 to break away from third and fourth, make it a two-car race, and I think on the last lap, I'd try to poke my nose out and know that I have the power to get around the 55 as a lockup comes from the 69. Some dust flying from the 24 at the exit of turn 6. But let's see how this plays out. Will the 24 use the 55 to stay ahead of third and fourth? Will they try to make a move earlier? A lot of time left in the session, 15 minutes to go. Spec Miata is a lot of cooperation for the first 99% of the race, and then it's the toughest sprint race you've ever seen for the last 1%. Let's see if those drivers are using that moniker today, or if they've decided to be a little more aggressive. The 24 pushing the 55 into NASCAR turn 3 on the banking. The 101 closer this time. No help from the 69 though. Mike Leo starting to fall off of the front three. Even the 54 and 20 not connected. As the 24 and the 55 go by, no pressure from the 101 this time into turn number 1. 55 and the 24 staying nose to tail. Through 1 and 2, no drama to speak of. For those of you watching on YouTube, if you haven't seen a Spec Miata race before, they use a very unique technique called bump drafting. It's what you've been seeing with these cars running nose to tail, touching each other. What happens? The front car pushes all the air out of the way, and the second car then has all of their horsepower to use with no air resistance. They're able to just push straight through the air. So as they get bumper to bumper, that back car is really able to push that front car through the air and gain a lot of speed. At tracks like Homestead, Road America, and Daytona with very long straightaways, it's so important for the Spec Miatas to be able to do that. Lap times can drop by 1.5 to 2 seconds with a good draft partner. But what's most important about it is how early those cars get connected. So this time we see the 24 pushing the 55 just into turn 3. That allows Michael Fountain to use that broken air to get a little bit closer. Now that the two are hooked up, they should be able to accelerate faster. But is it a little too late? Does Michael Fountain have enough of a run this time? The air being pushed out of the way by the duo. No, you can see that bump draft finally able to overtake him, and the 24 is going to poke their nose out and go up the inside of Todd Burris in the 55. Acosta to the lead in turn number 2. Will Burris fight back in turn 3, or will he stay in second? He will. So first, second, and third, nose to tail. Acosta, Burris, and Fountain. And a little bit back to the 69 of Mike Leo. Burris this time with a great run out of turn 5, able to give Acosta a bump draft from 5 to 6. So they make their way through the two right-handers onto short chute number 2, heading towards the hairpins. Turn 8 and turn 9 onto the straightaway. Up the inside of the 55 goes the 101. Is it enough of a run? Will the draft partner work? The 24 goes low to pick up the 101. That leaves the 55 up high by himself, but the 69 is right there. So, two good pairs, a big bump coming from the 69. And so now the front 4 all nose to tail. Leo has made up the gap. Unable to get back to the back bumper though. So Fountain and Acosta working together, able to start clearing 3rd and 4th place. 55 falling back as Leo gets to the back bumper, but a little too late here. Not going to be enough of a push to make a move into turn 1 this time. Fountain opening the nose to the inside, but not looking for a pass. I think just trying to get some air over the radiator, keep the water temps in check. And now single file again, 3, 4, and 5. No moves being made. Everyone's staying pretty compliant right now. We'll see if the elbows start to come out, and Fountain has a bad exit of turn number 5. That's going to allow the 55 and the 69 to get by into turn number 6. So Fountain goes from 2nd to 4th, moving Burris to 2nd and Leo to 3rd. Acosta leading now, but all by himself. We saw how well the 69 and the 55 work together. If they pair up, they may be able to get around the 24 finally and end that lead that he's had for so much of the race. Burris led for about 2 laps in the middle there before having to give it back when Acosta made it. But Fountain is going to fight up the inside, slowing down the 69. A smart move tactically. Don't let those two get together. But a bad exit for Fountain. That inside move really cost him. The 69 able to get to the back bumper of the 55. And there's the first bump as they push through just past turn 10 of the road course onto the oval. The 69 and the 55 working together. Leo pushing Burris and Acosta at the front all by themselves. 9 minutes to go. Plenty of time for that duo to work together and get to the front car. Just behind them in 5th and 6th, the 20 car has got around the 54. But at the front, 1, 2, 3, and 4, all separated by about 2 car lengths. Really going to have to work together to try and figure out how to get to Acosta. This car has been the dominant one even when Todd was in front. You can tell that Acosta and the 24 had the ability to get around. This time the 69 giving a bump draft to the 55 down the second short chute from 7 to 8 into the hairpin. We'll see. A good technique they can use. Burris in the 55 can go a little bit slower at the exit to make sure the 69 is right on the back bumper early. Looks like what they did this time by. So this time, only about 4 car lengths between Acosta and Burris, but the 69 is right on the back bumper. Mike Leo pushing Todd Burris. They've got the draft from Acosta too to break even more of the air in front of them. Could this be a good run here for a chance to get back to the front? Well, it sure looks like it. The 55 is going to go around the outside. Clears the 24. Will the 69 be able to do the same? He does. The 24 has to fall in line. The 24 fighting back, though, inside of the 69. And the 24 is going to hold on to second, so he splits up the 55 and 65. Burris, Acosta, and Leo, your front 3. Let's see, will Acosta pick up the 55 now and try to leave Leo behind? Fountain has fallen back out of the conversation for the moment, but with the way these front 3 are racing, anything could happen. Could open up the door to let Fountain back into this battle for the podium. Turn number 8, Leo makes a late braking attempt trying to stay close to the back of the 24 and the 55. He's going to be in their draft. The 24 is not pulled up to the back of the 55 yet, halfway down the back straightaway. Just now the 24 gets to the 55, so a good exit from the 55. That helps the 69 stay with them as the draft has just started to really take effect. Now you can see the 55 leading the 24 pushing that car forward. The gap's starting to grow from 2nd to 3rd as Burris is going to lead this lap over Alex Acosta. Mike Leo able to hold close though. Just like last lap, the 55 of Todd Burris leads over the 24 of Alex Acosta and the 69 of Mike Leo. They all run nose to tail. About 10 car lengths back is the 101 of Michael Fountain. And then another 10 or so car lengths to the 54 and the 20, 5th and 6th position. Into turn number 8, Acosta not looking to make a move. Going to try to continue to push the 55, pokes the nose out to get air over the radiator, but does not make any late brake moves. Burris, good exit, allowing Acosta to get to the back bumper even earlier this time. Question is, does the 24 have enough water temperature to allow him to push the whole way? Will they need to pop out halfway through the bank and try and get some air? As of right now, no. Yep, and there it goes. The 24 moves to the outside, getting air over the radiator, looking around. That allows Mike Leo to stay nice and tight as Acosta pops out to the inside, going to make the move into turn number 1. No, he'll back out. 55 will stay at the front for one more lap. Yeah, you could tell that time that the water temps were just getting too high on the 24. Wasn't able to stay in line with the 55, make the most of the bump draft. So the temperatures in that car getting towards the top of their range. All the drivers know from their engine builders how hot they can run them. And my guess, they were at that limit. And the white flag is out, so this is our last lap. We are working the last lap now. 55 of Todd Burris leads the 24 of Alex Acosta, and then the 69 of Mike Leo, nose to tail, exiting turn number 7, a 3-horse race, going to the back straightaway. How will things shake out? Will there be some different partners chosen? We'll see. Good exit for Todd Burris. Opens up a car length over Alex Acosta. Acosta, a car length over the 69. No one bump drafting at the moment. Will Acosta just go straight to make the pass, or will he try to push the 55? Here we go, through the banking. The first bump comes from the 24. The 69 now. All 3 cars bumper to bumper. Acosta to the outside. Burris will cover the inside. The 69 is going to push the 24. The 24 is going to come down, closes the door on the 55. The 24 of Alex Acosta will win race number 2. In second, the 69 of Mike Leo with a heroic push, exiting NASCAR number 4, leaving Todd Burris in 3rd position. Finishing 4th is the 101 of Michael Fountain. 5th, the 54 car, Scapitici. 6th, the 20 of Mike Hitchme. 7th, the 17 of Kalen Kinley. And working their way now, the battle for 8th is on. The 65 of Louis Bustami is going to win it. And then 9th, Mark Kinley will make the last minute pass over the 58 of Macy Urso. That will leave them in 10th position in the 58 car. In 11th, we will have the 127 of Camden Brown, followed by the 3 of Grayson Knoll. 169 rounds out the field, had to come in early. They will finish 2 laps down. And there you go, your ProSpec Miata race. What a great finish. Coming up next, HPDE. So you will not be hearing from us as they are out on track without any timing. And then right after HPDE, Formula FARA Race 2. That'll be at 10:30. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway here at the FARA Miami Grand Prix. My name is Nick Soriano up in the tower. And up next, Formula FARA race number 2. After an exciting race yesterday, action from the front to the back of the field, I expect a lot out of this group today. Let's run through your starting order. Let you know who we've got on the grid. At the front, the 31 of Cam Becker. After that, the number 6, Maite Caceres. Then the 95 of Enzo Vidmontien. 33 of Alexander Savage. The 1 of Axel Ribards. And the 8 of Colmadero. The 21, Francisco Oliveira. 99 of David Twatty in our Legends category. The 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. And the 11 of Lucas Fink. All right, cars are behind the safety car. Cam Becker will have control of the field once they pull off. Yesterday we saw Becker get out to a pretty early lead, but Maite Caceres was all over the back of that 31 machine throughout the race. 3rd and 4th were pretty well set up. Enzo Vidmontien and Francisco Oliveira held their own. And then after that, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th was anyone's guess. So we'll see how things shake out today as the pace car pulls off of the oval down onto pit lane. Cam Becker has control of the field as they work their way up towards start-finish line. Waiting for the signal, waiting, and the green flag waves. Cam Becker with a great start. Maite Caceres pulls in line in the number 6 car, securing that 2nd position into turn number 1. Then the 33 of Alexander Savage holding on to 3rd. Or the 95, Enzo Vidmontien holding on to 3rd. And a car spins, goes around on the outside. That's the 21. 21 of Francisco Oliveira spins at turn 3. Gets the car moving still. Going to be tough to get going again and catch up to this field, hoping for a full course caution. But looking back at the front, the 31 continues to lead over the 6 and the 95 and the 8. After that, David Twatty in the 99, that bright orange car, and the 1 of Axel Ribards. Round out your top 6 cars. 1 of Axel Ribards dives up the inside, takes the spot away from the 99. Oh, I missed the 89 in there as well. Daniel Rodriguez worked his way in. Oh no, Daniel Rodriguez is fighting against David Twatty. Oh man, what an early morning. This time change has me all messed up as we look at the field coming through. NASCAR 3 and 4. The 31 of Cam Becker will lead lap 1. 3-car length lead over the 6 of Maite Caceres, then the 95 of Enzo Vidmontien, and the 8 of Colmadero, followed by the 33 of Alexander Savage, the 1 of Axel Ribards, the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. What it takes to get back up to Cam Becker. Maite Caceres is the only one who showed the pace so far, hanging on to that draft as best as possible as the gap between 2nd and 3rd starts to open up. Colmadero looking at the back of the 95, trying to find a way up the inside. That's that bright yellow car working against the white and red car. Anything there? There is the 8 working up the inside. Will take 3rd position from Enzo Vidmontien, and now Alexander Savage trying to make a run at the 33. Axel Ribards waiting in the wings, 3-car lengths back from the 33. 3 cars now, 3rd place up for grabs is now around the outside. The 95 fights back around the 8. The 33 with a run as well. All 3 of them, we are 2 wide for 3rd place right now, coming towards start-finish line. As they cross start-finish, it's going to be the 8 holding on to 3rd as the 95 around the outside, the 33 sneaking up the inside, trying to hold the line. The 95 squeezes them down. But the 33 able to stay on the inside. So Alexander Savage stays there, but not able to have enough speed. The 95 will get 4th position back. So the 8, the 95, the 33, and the 1 run in that order for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Just behind them, the 99, David Twatty, and the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez working their way through. Cam Becker with the fastest lap so far, a 25.876. Isaac Serra's just behind with a 126.3, already a 1.2 second gap for our leaders. But the action is for 3rd place right now as the 8 of Cole Madero looking to hold the inside over the 95. 95 tries to make a move, unable to make it stick. So now the 8 defends from the 95 and the 33. Similar picture to what we saw last time. The 95 looking to go around the outside, but falls back in line. Will the 33 try a move around the outside? No. Staying on that white line at the bottom of the banking. 31 crosses start finish with over a second lead still to the 6. But 3rd place, 4th, and 5th, all nose to tail. The 8 holding the bottom, making them go around the outside. The 95 breaks to the outside, maybe tries to cross over into turn 2. Thinks about it. The 8 slams the door, unable to get by. The 33 also trying to find his place in the field. The 8 defending heavily. Cole Madero trying their best. The 95, 8, 95 trying to find a way around. It's Enzo Vidmontien, came in 3rd yesterday, now in 4th today in race number 2 as the 8 has had a great start and is holding off the attacks of 4th and 5th position. And Axel Ribards now is slow, exiting turn number 5 into turn number 6. We'll see if they're able to get off track or if we'll need to have a caution, get that car recovered. But now the 95 has made their way around the 8 in turn number 8. But the 8 fighting back around the outside. Cole Madero on the banking, on the outside. The 33 of Alexander Savage tucked in right behind the 95 on the bottom. Too wide as they come around. Now the bottom lane looks to have the better run. The 33 side by side with the 8. The 95 holding on to 3rd position. The 8 will swing wide, try and carry momentum through turn 1. Gets pushed a little wide by the 33. All fair there. So now the 95, the 33, and the 8. As Cole Madero goes from 3rd to 5th on that lap. The 95 of Enzo Vidmontien trying to make a little bit of a gap. Got about 2 car lengths to the 33. Alexander Savage does not want to give that up though. The 1 of Axel Ribards still moving slowly on the backstretch, but moving. It's very important. Keep this race green. We don't want to see a caution if we don't have to. The 95 holding off position. The 33 not close enough to make a move through turns 8 and 9. We'll see if the exit is enough to help them out, but with the draft, I anticipate the 8 coming back, getting close to those front 2 cars. We'll see how much air they can push out of the way for Cole Madero, or if he is going to fall further and further back. The 33 with a great run out of turn 9. Now on the outside, trying to make something work against Enzo Vidmontien in the 95. But the 95 able to hold 3rd for the moment. Going to defend the inside. The 33 is going to have to do it around the outside if they want to make it work. Nothing there, so they fall in line, looking up the inside at turn 2. Falls back in line again. It does allow the 8 to stay with them as they're trying to find the fastest line. The 95 is defending, the 33 looking for an alternative route. As Formula FARA rolls on. I believe this is a 12-lap race again, as we are working lap number 6 right now. So next time by, we are halfway point. As the 1 of Axel Ribards has made it back into the pits. Quick little update from the pit crew there. Maybe something came loose in the car. They had to get tightened up as he's getting sent back out on track. Now the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez on pit lane as well. Looking back at turn number 8, the 95, Enzo Vidmontian holding off third and fourth, holding off fourth and fifth position as he clings to the last step of the podium. Cam Becker has extended his lead at the front, 2.5 seconds over the 6 of Maite Caceres, but then 10 seconds back to the 95 from the 6. So the 6 feeling awfully comfortable in second right now. Maite Caceres going to be able to hold that as long as they keep it clean. And this time by not quite the striking range for the 33 of Alexander Savage. Closing up a little bit as they get towards turn 1, but a little too late. We'll have to go single file through turns 2 and 3. Formula FARA does feature these FIA Formula 4 chassis with a special engine package that FARA uses for helping with costs. It makes these cars extremely close and extremely competitive, almost essentially a spec series. And this is a great stepping stone for Formula drivers. Maybe you came out of karting, you're looking to find your way into the Formula world. Formula FARA has offered a great platform for racing and learning. Teams here that have cars available do an excellent job. Really is a shining gem in this FARA series to watch Formula FARA race. And once again, Cam Becker coming through, completing lap number 7. A 3-second lead over the 6 of Maite Caceres now. Even further back, third place, Enzo Vidmontian continues to hold that last step on the podium. Alexander Savage right behind, ready to pounce if there's any mistakes. And lurking a little further back, the 8 of Cole Madero. Further back from them in 6th position, the 99 of David Twatty. And then the 21, Francisco Oliveira, fighting back after that spin on lap number 1 in turn 3. And the 11 of Lucas Fink. The 1 of Axel Robards, and the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. 89 still on pit road, getting some attention from the pit crew. But hopefully they'll be able to get out and complete some laps before race number 3 this afternoon. Becker still with the large lead over Caceres. Caceres with the lead over 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, where all the action is right now. Enzo Vidmontian holding on to that position in the 95. And Alexander Savage just behind. Comadero all using the draft this time. Savage has a little bit of a better run, closing the gap. But we see a move try to be made into turn 1. A good run from the draft. 95 will defend low. The 33 staying in line, does not poke the nose out. The 8 does, trying to carry speed through turn 1. Closes the gap even more. No move from the 33. And they remain with Vidmontian, Savage, and Madero. A lot to update you on right now. Still watching the battle for 3rd. All the other cars tend to have spaced out at this point. So the question is, can Comadero or Alexander Savage find a little extra pace to get around Enzo Vidmontian in that 95 machine? As the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez is going to get back out on track, so we've gotten that car fixed. Couple laps down at this point. This time, Cole Madero closer to Alexander Savage, but Savage far back from Montien. So Madero going around the outside, trying to find space to move into that fourth position. Savage goes over the curb in turn one, gets loose, a great save into turn number two, but will have to relinquish the position to Cole Madero. So Cole Madero moves in to the fourth slot now. Savage with an incredible save after a big bump in turn number one. You saw the dust flying, but no more drama than that. What a move there. And now they'll have to get their composure back, try and fight back, see if they can make another attack. As Madero will see if they have what it takes to catch up to the 95 car. Out in front, it has been all Cam Becker and the 31 car, continuing to lay down fastest laps. The 6, Maite Caceres, able to stop the bleeding a little bit. Now a 4-second gap, but still too far back. What I believe is about 3 laps to go. We'll have to keep a lookout on the tower there, as now the 8 goes around the outside, tries to make a move, cuts back to the inside into turn number 2. The 95 slams the door, but the 8 is not going to let it go, trying to find a way up the inside into turn 3. Now has the outside for turn 4 and is under attack from the 33 of Alexander Savage. At the end of all of that, no moves made. The 95 able to hold on to third. Cole Madero. No, the 95 does move into third after checking my score sheet. The 95 stays in third. The 33 now with a pass in turn 6, trying to get to fourth. The 8 not letting it go though, fighting back in turn number 7. So now the 33 and the 8 are side by side into turn number 8. Letting the 95 escape just a little bit. The 8 will defend the inside. The 33 trying to go around the outside. All of this, Enzo Vidmontien looking in his mirrors, smiling from ear to ear, knowing that the pressure is falling off little by little. And the white flag is out. Cam Becker crosses start finish line, working the final lap. Then Maite Caceres in second. Enzo Vidmontien now with a big gap between third and fourth. Has to be a little bit more relaxed, knowing that those two are no longer diving at every corner trying to find a weakness. But the 33 and the 8 are going to fight it out for fourth. The 8 holds the inside as the 33 tries to find a way around. Look to go to the inside, but I think that moment they had going into turn 1 earlier scared them off of it. So I don't think turn 1 is going to be a passing spot for the 33 for the rest of the weekend. But trying to find something through 3 and 4. And Alexander Savage find their way past Cole Madero. Both of them good exits of turn 5, looking into turn number 6. The 33 will dive up the inside and has a pass, but will that kill the exit? No, they slam the door at the apex of turn 7. The 8's gonna have to go around the outside, try and find a way. So the 33 moves into the 4th position. The 8 fighting back, tries to go up the inside. The 33 slams the door, now the outside. Can they make it work? The last time through the hairpin onto the backstretch. A wide exit for the 33, leaves the door open for the 8. The 8 is gonna work their way inside as Cam Becker works the checkered flag, winning race number 2, followed by Maite Caceres. Looking back for 4th position now. 3rd going to be Enzo Vidmontien. But 4th position, Cole Madero holding on to the inside line. Alexander Savage works his way down, gets a little bit of a draft. He's gonna try to poke out. Does he have enough space? Cole Madero holding on. Savage? No, it is Cole Madero who is going to come home in 4th position. Alexander Savage in 5th. 6th, Francisco Oliveira fighting back after a rough start. 7th, David Twatty in the 99 just crosses the line. And the 11 of Lucas Fink will finish 8th, Axel Robards in 9th, Daniel Rodriguez in 10th. But it was all Cam Becker, wire to wire in that 31 machine. No one had the pace for them today, able to just drive away from the field. I take it Sarahs did their best to try and hold tight, but still a 5-second gap by the time things were over. Yes, but a great race between Vidmontien, Madero, and Alexander Savage. The 95, the 8, and the 33 really had the show for us in this race. Great stuff, great stuff. Thank you for everyone watching here at the track and on YouTube. We're going to step away for just a moment. Next up, we've got more HPDE, and then at 11:30, the Super Lap series, our last series before lunch. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway for the FARA Miami Grand Prix. On the track next, prototypes and GT cars for race number 4, a 30-minute race on this 14-turn, 2.2-mile track. I'm Nick Soriano up in the booth. Let's give you a run-through of our grid for this next race. Starting out in the front row, our prototypes, the 11 of Drew Altman and the 77 of Nabi Mumar. After that, our GT cars, 268 of David Twatty will lead the GT field. Next to them, the 224 of Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer, and Justin Levine, Michael Manella, Warren Cooper in the 72, and the 91 of Rafael Rosario and Rodolfo Rodriguez, the 772 of Jeff Altenberg, the 67 of Robert Garza, the 53 of Gary Young, and the 313 of Kelly Ganji, the 4X of Michael Coquad, the 274 of James Hammond, and the 66 of David Lira, and the 96 of Larry Giles. And on the 11th row, the 77X of Marco Enrique, and the 32 of Carlos Filisania, the 46 of Jill Urso, and the 973 of Cohen. And Johan Peter are right there as well. Then the 13th row, the 25 of Pete Ballou, and the 800 of Team Sawinski. After that, the 43 of David Brown and the 193 of Rafael Garcia Jr. Then the 256 of Alejandro Garcia and the 198 of Ben Arce. Then the 44 of Alfonso Ruiz. And then our Honda Wars cars, the 317 Hermogenes Ramirez, the 6 of Wilbur Perez on the outside, and in the second row there, the 111 of Albin Roman. All right, 30 minutes here for our prototypes and GT cars. Safety car has the field leading them around the banking, making it for an easier start, but they will be going through the road course for this session, using turns 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. We've had it all weekend. The GT1A battle has been dominated by David Twatty. But the GT1B battle has been a mix. The 47, the 4, the 91, the 67, and the 4X have been shaking it up. It's been the most exciting battle in this class. So the pace car pulls off. Our prototypes take the green flag, and the 11 pulls away in our FP1 class. Fastest car on track in the 77. Now looking back, the 268, David Twatty leading the field, coming out of NASCAR 4, waiting for the starter, and the green flag goes. Jumping out to an early lead, the 268, the 47, and the 91 on the inside of the 24. GT1B car is fighting against the GT1A car. They're going to try to sneak up the inside. The 47 does. The 91 able to make it through as well as the 24 runs wide into the grass at turn 2, makes it back on track safely, but after losing 5 or 6 positions, shuffling down the field, now next to the 313 of Kelly Ganji. 47 leading GT1B with the 91 hot on its tail, and then the 4. After that, the 772, the BMW in the mix now. And the 313, the 24, and the 4X. To the back of those GT cars are Honda Wars cars shuffling their way through some of the back traffic there, the GT5. The 111 looks to be back up to speed as they're side by side with the 6. Possibly 3 wide. No, they're going to back out. So the 6 of Wilbur Perez is going to be leading your Honda Wars class near the back of the field. Looking back at the front, though, the 47 has taken a large lead in the GT1B category. Then the 91, followed by the 4, the 772, and then the 24, 313, the 4X, and then a long way back is the 77X in our GT4 category. 66 of David Lira, followed by the 53 of Gary Young, the 96 of Larry Giles. 32 of Carlos Villasana, 23 of Wayne and Elijah Thompson, 25 of Pete Ballou, 46 of Jill Urso there. Then in 19th to 55 of Jose De Las Casas and Mario Cater. In GT3, rounding out your top 20, the 193 of Rafael Garcia Jr. in GT4B. So an interesting first lap, a little bit of shuffling between the GT1A and GT1B cars at the front of our GT field. The 11 of Altman just running away with it. It's been the fastest car in this category all weekend. When it's running, it is way out in front. We're going to be catching some of the back traffic early on. The 268 of David Twatty continuing to be the first of the GT cars. A long gap before the 47. And then another big gap to the 4, who has gotten around the 91. And then behind the 91 is the 24 and the 313, fighting for second place in the GT1A category. The 4X has made its way around the 772. 772 in GT2A. So one step down from our GT1B category. So now it's time to see the 4 in GT1B of Michael Manella. Let's see if they're able to catch up to the 47 of Justin Levine. 91 is holding up the 24. The 24 moving to the inside between turns 5 and 6. Going to get by cleanly. Now the 313 of Kelly Ganji trying to make it inside as well. Pushes up the inside, late on the brakes, will go past the 91. So second and third place in GT1A have made it by. They are now just 2 cars behind their leader of David Twatty and free to do some of their own racing. So we'll watch the 24 and 313 throughout this session. The 4 looks to be closing the gap to the 47 now though. So GT1B could get a little bit more heated later on in the race. Further back in the field, our GT2 battle. David Lira is leading over the 96 of Larry Giles. And then GT5, another well-populated class for this race, Pete Ballou is leading over David Brown, the 25 over the 43 by about 7 seconds. Starting to spread it around the track. Our overall leader, the 11, Drew Altman, has made it to the back of the field, starting to work through lap traffic. As a prototype car, it is very capable of working its way through some of these slower street cars that have been converted into race cars. Much lighter, much more powerful, lots of downforce. We'll carve them up around this track here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Running about 7 seconds a lap faster than the next closest car. The GT cars, the 4 is starting to reel in the 47 in the GT1B category. Lap after lap, the gap continues to close between those two, and that is the battle for the lead there in GT1B. We'll see if Mike Manella has enough to get to Justin Levine in the 47, but getting to the car and passing them, a totally different story. Already 7 minutes into this session, third of the way through or so. And now the 268 of David Twatty working his way through lap traffic. Second car to catch it, and this time by under the stripe. The 4 is 1 car length behind the 47. Looking up the inside of turn 2. Is there room for Manella? No. Levine will slam the door. Going into turn number 3. Nothing the 4 can do but stay right on that back bumper. We'll see if they can get a run out of turn 4 and turn 5. Maybe make a pass into turn 6, but there is lap traffic ahead of them. That could cause some issues through turn 6, 7, 8, 9. Ford inside, looking too far back, cuts back in line, does not make the move. Better line for the 4, though, going to give them a much better exit through turn 6, and through turn 7 they are side by side. The 4 up the inside of the 47, and your new leader in GT1B is the 4 of Mike Manella. Manella dices through traffic quickly. The 47 catches a little bit in the braking zone of turn number 8. So the gap already open there, 4 or 5 car lengths between Manella and Levine. And the 268 David Twatty has now caught the 77, our other prototype entry. So now second overall for the 268 car. The 4 car working through traffic in turn 1 and 2. 47 held up a bit. That's the 6 in our Honda Wars challenge. Oh, that's going to cost the 47 of Levine a lot of time working through the traffic. Turns 3, 4, and 5, some of the slowest sections of the track. And now they can let those GT cars stretch their legs. 47 goes to look up the inside of the 317. Going to get by just in time to make a good run through 6 and 7. The 66 battling it out with the 96. It's David Lira and Larry Giles for GT2B, separated by 0.6 of a second. The BMW Z4, the black car, and the red Ford Mustang chasing each other down through the infield right now, heading towards turn 6. Turn 7 down to turn 8. Let's see if we can get some video on them for you. As they make their way through turn 8 out onto the back straightaway. We'll catch them going into turn 10 here in just a moment. There they go. That's the 66 leading the 96 for GT2B. So they're competing, working through turns 11, 12, 13, and 14. Onto the front straightaway they go. You can see how close that 96 is to the back bumper. Trying to find some pace. See if they can get by. Down the front straightaway. No moves being made right now, staying nose to tail. Single file through turn 1, into turns 2, and around to turn 3. Those are the two closest cars on track right now, so we'll follow along with them a little bit longer. They've got lots of clean room ahead, so the 66 looking like they're hitting their marks pretty well, able to extend the gap ever so slightly. Mustang looking down the inside, trying into the inside of the corner. Will that kill too much speed on the exit? The 96 on each. We'll see if that Mustang has the power into turn 10. No, couldn't get the run. We'll see the BMW's able to stay ahead into turn number 11. And now a mistaken 11 is going to put the Mustang even further back. A little bit of a wobble getting the car slowed down right there. So the 66 will remain the leader in GT2B for the moment. All of our other classes have sorted themselves out pretty cleanly so far. Not seeing any other movement. The 24 and the 313 have gotten around the 47. So the GT1A battle for second place between the 24 and the 313. The 4 of Michael Nella has opened up a considerable gap over the 47 of Justin Levine, and now the 4X starting to close in on that green 911 of Justin Levine. Looking to find the lowest step of the podium and move up one. Try to get to second if they can get around the 47. Another battle we'll keep an eye on, our Honda Wars class. The 111 of Albin Roman leading that class by only 2 seconds. 2 seconds back to the 317 of Ramirez. So they're working their way through turn 6. The 111, we talked about it earlier in the race this morning. Had some issues yesterday. It appears they've gotten that car fixed up and back up to speed. So now the 111 has to stay on track and see if they can stay in front of the 317 of Ramirez. Now we are just past the halfway point. 13 minutes to go in this 30-minute race number 3. Race number 4 for our GT and prototype cars here at the FARA Miami Grand Prix. Cars still working their way through. David Twatty making it past the 66 and the 96. Our GT2B battle. That one has stayed pretty consistent. Not a second apart for those two all race. We did catch them when the 96 tried to make a pass, but couldn't get the power down out of turn 9. So they have been resigned to stay behind the 66 for the last couple laps. See if near the end of the race they can make a move there. Looking at our timing sheet, the 11, our overall leader, has pulled into the pits. They have called it for the session. That leaves the 268 as our overall leader now in front of the 77 of Nabi Mumar. So our GT1A car leading the field over the FP3 prototype, the white 77, that is running around out there. Now our leader, David Twatty, making it past our Honda Wars competitors for first and second. The 111 still leading the 317 by about 2 seconds last time by. And the 96 this time by has made the pass on the 66. So GT2B has a new leader now. See if that 66 can make up the ground. They had the pace early on. Now not looking as much so. Maybe something went wrong with that car. We'll see if maybe it was just a mistake last lap and they can come back, try and fight for that spot at the top of GT2B. Another tree to watch, the 47, Justin Levine. Running 5th overall right now, leading GT1B, has been caught by the 313, Kelly Ganji. Right behind that 313 is the 4X, Michael Coquad. So Justin Levine, if Kelly Ganji can get around the 47, the 4X is going to have the ability to make some passes at the 47 to try and get into second place there. The 4 of Michael Manella is far checked out from that battle, leading GT1B. So I don't anticipate that being an issue without any big mistakes. Now Jeff Altenberg pulls down onto pit road in the 772, leading GT2A. Depending on how much time they spend on pit road, if they're able to get it going again, could relinquish the lead in GT2A to the 53 of Gary Young. And that is exactly the case. Gary Young just comes by and is going to be your new leader in GT2A. Further back from our leader, David Twatty, there's a battle for 3rd overall going on. 2 cars in different classes, the 24 and the 4. battling it out for the last step on the podium in the overall category. Two different cars, the 4 and GT1B, 24 and GT1A. So definite speed and build differences between those two. But as they make their way through turn 5 down to turn 6, the 4 are going to be holding on. You can see the extra power of the 24 really trying to come alive. Looking up the inside, the 24 is going to go for it. Has the apex through turn 6. Will they be able to hold on? Yes, they will. So the 24 now into 3rd place overall, above the 4. The 4 still has a large lead over the 47 in GT1B. So in class, no changes, but overall, a shift on the podium there. Developing battle here. The 4X was able to get around the 313 of Kelly Ganji. So now the next car in front of the 4X is the 47 of Justin Levine. 4X is going to try with a few more laps to go here. 6 minutes remaining. Going to try to get to that 47, see if they can steal 2nd place. 47 and 4X now splitting our GT2B contestants. 96 going to get pushed to the outside by the 47 as the 47 tries to make a move in turn 2. That brings the 66 right back to the back bumper of the 96. So now 2 battles right here. The 47 versus the 4X for GT1B and the 96 versus the 66 for GT2B. Looking to go up the inside of both of those cars in GT2B, unable to. Yeah, makes it past the 66, pushes them wide. They're going to slow the 66 down considerably. Reopens the gap. The 96 gets out a little bit better, still loses some time. But that gap from the 96 to the 66 widens as the multi-class racing takes effect. Faster cars coming through, not helping out their in-class battle. As far as the overall positions go, the 24 now has the 77, our FB3 prototype, in their sights, running similar lap times. So if the 24 has a little bit extra juice, they may be able to catch the 77 and move up into 2nd overall. The GT1A race is pretty wrapped up. David Twatty is about half a track ahead of the 24 at the moment, so no competition from them. But overall wise, looking for that trophy for the pride of the driver. 24 might have some motivation to get to the 77. GT1B, traffic has not been kind to the 4X of Michael Coquad. They are pushed back a little bit now, unable to really see the 47 at this point. At least a turn ahead for the 47. Justin Levine feeling pretty comfortable with 3 minutes to go. I'd expect next time by we'll see a white flag. And the 66 in GT2B has done their best to fight back after getting pushed back in traffic. But it does feel like a little too late for them to be able to mount a comeback. I do see a white flag in our starter's hand, and I see the leader exiting turn 14. So it will be a last lap. White flag is in the air, and the 268 will take it. One lap to go for our leader, David Twatty. As the rest of the field starts to see that white flag as they cross under the starter stand. Second overall car, 77, is just now exiting turn 14. That is how much of a gap the 268 of David Twatty has put on the rest of the field. There it is, the 77 crossing over start finish line. The 24 about 3 seconds behind. And there's the 4, the 47. 4X and the 313 of Kelly Ganji. That's your top 7 cars right now. Doesn't look like there are any battles close enough for any passes to be made. So I'm just going to monitor to see if there's any mistakes, any drama that happens in these last couple of laps. Here we are exiting turn 14 is the 268, and David Twatty will win race number 4 of our GT and prototypes here at the FARA Miami Grand Prix. All the cars will continue circulating around, finishing up this last lap. And as I don't anticipate any other position changes for the rest of this race, I'm going to go ahead and start going through our results. Starting at the top of my timing sheet, the GT4 race. Marco and Rick in the 77X will win GT4 over the 32 of Carlos Villasana. And GT1A, 268 of David Twatty, we talked about a lot this race, will win over the 24 of Ned McPherson and Tom Dyer. Then the 313 of Kelly Ganji will come home in 3rd. In GT3, Wayne and Elijah Thompson will win in the 23 car. The 46 of Jill Urso will finish 2nd, and the 55 of Jose De Las Casas and Mario Cater will finish 3rd. GT1B, a race we talked about a lot, the 4, Michael Manella, able to put a very big gap on the field there. The 47 of Justin Levine finishes 2nd. The 4X of Michael Coquad finishes 3rd. And in 4th, the 91 of Rosario and Rodriguez. In our Honda Wars category, the 111 of Albin Roman will take the win over the 317 of Hermogenes Ramirez and the number 6 of Wilbur Perez. GT5, Pete Ballou will take the win over David Brown in the 43 and Alfonso Ruiz in the 44. GT2A, the 53 of Gary Young will take the win over the 772 of Jeff Altenberg after that car had to retire early. And FP1, Drew Altman, our lone entrant, is going to win. The fastest lap time of the race award goes to them. And GT2B, the 96 of Larry Giles pulls off the win over the 66 of David Lira. And FP3, our lone entrant, 77, Abi Mumar, takes the win there. And GT4B, 800 of Team Sawinski has a convincing win over the 198 of Ben Ars and the 193 of Rafael Garcia Jr. All right, folks. Well, that wraps it up for our prototypes and GTs this weekend. What a great show and a huge field from them. Coming up next is HPDE, so you will not be hearing from us, but right after HPDE is ProSpec Miata race number 3. A 25-minute race to determine our final standings in Spec Miata. And then after that, HPDE and Formula FARA race 3. So at 155 and 255, we've got races right here on the FARA USA YouTube channel. Make sure you're subscribed for all of our upcoming live streams and videos. Stay tuned. We will be right back. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway for the FARA Miami Grand Prix. Here, this 2.2 mile track, 14 corners, taking us around the oval for ProSpec Miata's feature race that we're about to see. Makes it a little bit easier on them, but does allow for the bump draft. We've seen it all weekend, how effective the bump draft can be. I expect it will be equally as effective today. Race number 4, the feature race today for our Spec Miatas. 25 minutes that they will have to compete around this track. Let's go through our starting lineup. On the front row, the 24 of Alex Acosta. Next to him, the 69 of Mike Leo. Second row, the number 55 of Todd Burris and the 101 of Michael Fountain. The third row, 54 of Natalino Scapatici and the 20 of Mike Hitchme. Row number 4 is Caitlin Kinley on the inside and the 65 of Louis Bustani on the outside. Row number 5, Mark Kinley, Macy Urso. Row number 6, Camden Brown and Grayson Knoll. And row number 7, the 169 of John Griffin, wrapping things up for us. Well, this is it. Our last ProSpec Miata race of the weekend here at the FARA Miami Grand Prix. Sure to be a good one. The cars are on the backstretch, working in to NASCAR 3 and 4. They'll line up double file. And once they are all set, the pace car will pull off into pit road, leaving the field under the control of the 24, Alex Acosta. There they are. They're all packed up. Safety car starting to pull ahead. They are off pit road. Alex Acosta well in front here. Let's see. We do get a start. The green flag waves. Alex Acosta far in front of the field by the time that happens. The field did not keep up with the leader on them. So we'll see if there are any sort of restarts, things like that come from a spread start. But nonetheless, here we go. Michael Fountain with a great start, moving into 3rd position. Mike Leo holding 2nd. And then the 55 of Todd Burris holding in there as well. Right behind them, that's the 20 car. Mike Hitchme. As we see the 65, Louis Bustani, the yellow car, missed a shift going through turns 5. And it's going to fall back, leaving the top 6 to have a little bit of breathing room there. Something similar we saw to the first couple of races. They tend to expand out. Alex Acosta with a 3 to 4 car lead over the 60. Oh, that's 101 of Michael Fountain. And then Mike Leo right behind the 101. Michael Fountain working his way from 4th up to 2nd in the first 3 quarters of this lap. Now those two get to work together. No, Michael's going to go on his own. So the 69 falls back to the 55 of Todd Burris. Now the 20 car getting a push on the 55. They might be able to get around the 69 here. Mike Leo in a little bit of danger. No, Todd Burris is going to give him a push, keep him in the fold. If those two had gone up and around the outside, Mike Leo could have been hung out to dry. Had some real problems for the rest of the race. But everything works itself out. Alex Acosta coming under the starter stand now and will lead lap number 1. Michael Fountain just behind. And then the 69 of Mike Leo in 3rd. Todd Burris follows closely behind the 69. And then that 20 car of Mike Hitchme. The top 5 now breaking away. The 6 car in line is the 54, Natalino Scapitici. So we'll see if they're able to hang with the pack or if they're going to get left behind and have to fall back to the 65 of Louis Bustani. Turn 6, a little bit wide on the exit there for Michael Fountain. Drops a wheel, kicks up a little dust. Everyone continues as normal. Everyone a little bit spread apart going down to the turn 8. I don't think anyone's going to be ducking their nose, trying to make a move here. They'll stay single file through turn 8. And then the turn 9, we'll see who pairs up with who. Alex Acosta runs very wide at the exit of turn 8. Now through turn 9, Michael Fountain closing the gap on that straightaway. You should be able to use the draft and catch up to the 24 car. This is going to put Alex in a little position of danger as we cross start finish line. So Michael's going to have a great run. Already up to the back bumper now, closed up 4 car lengths. A push in the dead center of 3 and 4. Michael's going to look to the outside, thinking about making a move. Acosta will defend the inside and hold on to first position for now. Nothing changes this time by in our top 6 cars. A little further back, the 65 of Louis Bustani now has the 17 of Kalen Kinley right behind them. Right behind Kinley, Urso, then Brown, Knoll, and Griffin. Wrapping up the back of the field. Michael Fountain now has the fastest lap after that huge run that he was able to get out of turn number 9 on the back straightaway there. Let's see if anyone else is able to kind of contend, but right now Alex Acosta feeling pretty confident, all on his own out front. Opened up another 4 car lengths through the infield. Into turn number 8, here we go. Looking at the exit, looks fairly clean, no dust in the air, everyone makes it through. So now it's dance time. Who is going to be the dance partners for this bump draft? Todd Burris in the 55 going to pull up to the back of the 69 right away. The 101 now in danger of being overtaken by this bump draft if the 55 can get there. The 55 looks like it's struggling to get the bump. There it is. Finally gets the first push. A little bit of a struggle. That 101 breaking just enough air in front of the 69 to keep it away. So, is it enough? It looks like it, as 55 and the 69 go high. Leo and Burris trying to get around the outside, but Fountain slams the door to hold on to second place. Takes the outside line away from them. They had a bit of a charge going. They were unable to get around the outside. That 55 car, we talked about it in the last race, seems a little bit down on power compared to the rest of the field. So Todd Burris working extra hard to try and keep that car near the front. The 20 and the 54 Hitchme and Scapitici holding on to the back end of those front 4 cars there. They've been there all weekend. We haven't seen them quite play any sort of role in the race yet, but maybe this is the race. They're much closer than they had been in the past. Now the 17, just further back of Caleb Kinley, looks to have gotten around the 65 of Louis Bustani. So change in 7th position there. We'll see if that updates on the timing table next time by, or if that's just my eyes playing tricks on me. But again, at the front, Alex Acosta, 5 or 6 car lengths. Back to Michael Fountain, then 3 car lengths to Mike Leo and Todd Burris. This time, the draft looks a little bit better for the duo. They've got a better run this time. We'll see if they go to the outside or try the inside this time. Mike Leo holding that line on the bottom. Fountain not moving yet, not moving. To the inside they go. The 69 up the inside of Michael Fountain. Will the 55 follow? He's going to try to, but unable to squeeze through. Wisely backs out. Goes single file through turn number 2. Down to turn number 3. No change there. So Mike Leo moves into 2nd position in front of Michael Fountain. Todd Burris hangs on to 4th. And now the 20 car, Mike Hitchme, really in the mix in that 5th position as the 54 has fallen a little further back. And then Scapitici in the 54 and the 17 of Caleb Kinley has gotten by the 65 of Louis Bustani. So a little bit of shuffling around at the front, not too many positions changed, but enough to make note of. Acosta looks like he's doing a great job holding his own at the front. Hasn't been under any threat so far. If 2 of these cars can get together and really do some good work, it could be they can run him down. Plenty of time remaining in the session. About 17 minutes to go, just underneath that mark. This time though, nobody close for bump drafting. Rare to see in Spec Miata, as these cars can use it so well. And finally, the 101, Michael Fountain pulls up to the back of the 69. Will he make a move on Mike Leo, or will Fountain stay behind? He'll stay behind, tucks in line. The 55 has fallen back to the 20 of Mike Hitchme now. One of the things drivers have to watch out for, especially late in the day, like this race is, temperatures on the engine. When these cars cars get bump drafting. Not a lot of air going across the radiator, so very important. Drivers have to watch that temperature. They're usually told by their engine builders what the maximum temperature they're allowed to see on the gauges. So when you're pushing for multiple laps in a row, you lose a lot of airflow over the radiator. Those temperatures start to creep up. We'll see Michael Fountain unable to pull to the back. And in that 1.6 car, that car is more affected by changes in water temperature than some of the more modern cars. OBD2 fuel mappings do a little bit better with water temperature and keeping power when they're warm. The 1.6 uses a mechanical air gauge to figure out the fueling that needs to be done, and that hot air really does a number on it. So we'll see. This time, it looks like he was able to get enough of a run out of turn 9. Couple of bumps on Mike Leo's back bumper, and they are hooked up in NASCAR 3 and 4. Right behind them, though, Hitchme and Burris hooked up before them. They were able to get connected well before the turn 3 banking. So we'll see if their lap times can start coming down. Not a lot of closure between Leo and Fountain and Acosta at the very front of the field. So for the 6th lap in a row, Alex Acosta continues to lead. Pretty significant margin, almost a full second last time by. Fountain has a bit of an issue going out of turn 5 to turn 6. It's going to put him further back from Mike Leo than he probably would like to be. Definitely going to make it tricky for them to get together for the bump draft on the back straightaway this time by. But Mike Leo is close enough to Alex Acosta where if Acosta were to wait up, it could be beneficial for both of them to have the front 2 cars run away. Leave Fountain, Burris, and Hitchme behind. We'll see what the decision is. As of right now, it looks like Acosta is pedal to the metal. Not going to back up and let Leo catch them. Fountain now in no man's land between the 2 groups at the front and the middle there. 1st and 2nd are going to be paired up by the time they exit NASCAR 4. 4th and 5th also paired up. Fountain, the only one without a dance partner right now for bump drafting. So now the 69 has gotten to the back of Alex Acosta's bumper. Those 2 can work together to make it a 2-car race at the lead. Try and get Michael Fountain, Todd Burris, Mike Hitchme out of that race for 1st. Much easier to compete with 1 car than 4. I think Alex Acosta knows that. He may be willing to work with Leo to make that come true by the end of this session. 12 minutes to go, just at the halfway point now. For the back of the field, we saw some bump drafting action from Grayson Knoll, Mark Kinley, and Camden Brown. The 3 of them all having a little bit of fun, fighting for the 9th position. So just because you're not fighting for the lead doesn't mean there's not a lot of fun to be had in Spec Miata. There is racing up and down the lineup regardless of how many cars are on track. But there we see Michael Fountain getting underneath Mike Leo at the exit of turn number 9. Will he have the power to get by? He does. I think Mike Leo lifts to fall in line. Smart move. They can work together now because the 2 behind, Mike Hitchme and Todd Burris leading that duo, have hooked up. They've got the draft working together. The front 3 do not. We'll see what kind of ground they can close throughout this straightaway here on the oval. It's closing. Certainly a couple of car lengths that they have made up. And this time by, the front 3 all separated by 2 to 3 car lengths. 4th and 5th now working together the best. And looking at the timesheet, it worked. 4th and 5th running a 141.1. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd all in the 142s last lap. So a 2nd caught up, and as you can see, Alex Acosta with a fairly large gap, but the 101, the 69, the 55, and the 20 are now nose to tail. Those cars have come right back into the fight. Once again, that battle for ninth still plays out. Grayson Knoll, Mark Kinley, and Camden Brown not letting the front cars have all the fun, using their bump drafting together. They are enjoying themselves, chugging around as they move down into turn 6. As our leaders are now exiting turn 8, going through turn 9 onto the banking. This time, the first duo that appears looks to be Burris and Leo. Burris trying to pull up to the back bumper of Mike Leo. Like we saw earlier in the race, though, the 55 just doesn't seem to have the legs. When there's a car in front of the 69, it's able to stay just a foot or two ahead of the 55, and they're not able to make use of that bump draft. Common strategy you'll see to try and make that bump draft work, the front car will drag the brake ever so slightly on corners that exit onto a straightaway. It's hard to see the brake lights from here. Imagine the 69 was not doing it that lap, which could have cost them. They may have had a run that could get them by Michael Fountain, but instead, Acosta will lead. Michael Fountain stays second. Leo in third, and Burris in fourth. And again, the battle for ninth. Mark Kinley pushing Grayson Knoll across start-finish line. They're enjoying themselves back there. As the front five starting to show some gaps, but as we've seen, those gaps can close up pretty quickly when they all work together. Our fifth place car, Mike Hitchme, going to have some work to do to get back to that rear bumper of Todd Burris, who's in fourth now. But once again, Mike Leo not lifting at all. Neither Alex Acosta does look to lift just a little. Michael Fountain closing much faster on them. Should be able to get connected by the time they get through NASCAR 3. And there you go, right in the middle of the current turn, Michael gets that first bump, pushes Acosta forward, and they're going to be hooked up, able to make a little bit of a gap between first and third as Michael Fountain goes to the outside this time. After a small bump, going to try to make something happen, unable to get around Alex Acosta in turn 1. Takes a peek at the inside of turn 2, does not make the move, but Acosta runs wide. So now Michael Fountain into the lead for the first time this race. The 101 car is your leader into turn number 4. Followed closely by Alex Acosta. Then there's Mike Leo and Todd Burris, the duo right behind. So a new look at the front. Right, into turn 8 they go. Fountain and Acosta look to be in a great position to get a good bump draft out here. With 7 minutes to go, the strategy's got to be playing out in their head. They've got to be thinking, we've got to get away from this last 3 groups of cars, make it a 2-car race. That is the strategy that most Spec Miata drivers are thinking of when they're near the front. How do I get cars out of my attack position? And here, Michael does not drag the brake. Alex trying to pull up to the back. Slowly creeping. There they go. Connected right at the middle of 3 and 4. But Leo and Burris were hooked up well before that. And they are going to make up ground on this straightaway. No doubt about it. A few car lengths closed. And yes, Todd Burris running a 140.9. compared to Alex and Michael's 141.4. So that cooperation, very important. It's easy to be selfish. I think all I want to do is stay at the front. In Spec Miata, there's always a bigger picture at play. We'll see if that comes back to bite. Now Burris passes Leo in turn 2. So he is going to be the lead car now in that duo. I think that was about time. Burris had been pushing for a majority of the race. Needs to have some air over that radiator. A good time for them to do a swap as they had just made up some ground. And this time, Fountain and Acosta a little bit further apart. Leo already on the back bumper of Todd Burris as they go into turn 8. We'll see how well they can carry the speed together. It looks pretty good. It looks really good. Todd may have dragged the brake just a bit as they are hooked up. They look like one very large Miata coming out of turn 9. And Fountain and Acosta are a huge gap apart. You can see the draft working. Leo and Burris together. Leo pushing Burris. They've got a big run on Alex Acosta. Is it enough to get to Michael Fountain, though, is the question. They're going to push up to the outside unless they leave the inside undefended. No, Acosta's going to stay right on that white stripe. There they go. So now Leo pushes Burris ahead. Burris tries to thread the needle, but doesn't. He will remain second now in between Acosta and Fountain, trying to go up the inside of Fountain in turn 2. He finds some room, makes the pass. So now Burris into the lead in front of Alex Acosta. And now Michael Fountain trying to get back in line, and he does. He'll stay in third. So that was a great example of how important it is to get that draft early and work with somebody. Leo and Burris able to push all the way back from 3rd and 4th to put Burris into the lead now after just one straightaway and a couple of corners. Down to 3.5 minutes remaining. Probably 2 laps. I could see us getting the white flag next time by, but maybe they'll let them play for a little bit longer as this race is getting pretty good now. Acosta right on the back bumper of Todd Burris. Acosta, Todd, what will they do? Burris is going to drag the brake, get Acosta right to the back bumper right away. A textbook move from a veteran driver. Todd Burris been around, is a national champion in Spec Miata multiple times. And those two are connected now. Michael Fountain doing his best to stay in their draft, but unable to close the gap right now. Acosta does have to pull out a line, looking for some air over that radiator that could let Michael in. Michael thinks about going to the inside. Acosta thinks about going to the inside, but Todd keeps it flat on the floor, flat through turn 1, onto the brakes into turn number 2, and Todd Burris will hang on for one more lap at the front of the pack. And I see a white flag in our starter's hand, so this should be the second to last lap. We should get a white flag next time by. The question is, what driver will see it first? Todd Burris now building about a 2-car length lead into turn number 6. He's not going to want to allow that. He's going to want to make sure that Alex Acosta is right on his back bumper when they get out of turn 8. If he's by himself and Michael Fountain and Acosta get together, they'll drive right by him. So he's going to slow down on the straightaway. Allows Acosta to get to that back bumper early. You'll see him probably dragging the brakes, trying to make sure that 24 is hooked up to the back of the 55 the second they get onto the banking. And there they go. No, unlike last time, I don't think Burris dragged the brake. So now there's a little bit of a gap. Will Acosta stay with him? He will. He's going to pull right behind. Michael Fountain does not wait up for Mike Leo either, though. So again, Michael Fountain going to try to do it himself. See if he can make it to the back bumper of Acosta. As the white flag is in the air, all of our top 4 drivers are crossing start-finish line as the white flag waves. This time, Todd on the timing stripe, but up the inside goes Acosta. He's going to try it in turn 1, can't make it work. Burris so late on those brakes, able to hold it through turn 2. Will that leave an opening into turn 3, though? As of right now, no. he was able to slam the door just enough. There was room on the inside for Alex Acosta, but having the inside in turn 4 allowed Burris to stay near the front. Tires dropping. Mike Leo really pushing for every inch of space out of turn 4. Turn 5, a little dust cloud. And the order is Burris, Acosta, Leo, and Fountain at the front of our ProSpec Miata field with half a lap to go. Now, if I'm Todd Burris and I think my car is down on power, I'm a little bit nervous in this position. I know I'm going to need a buddy to try and help push me. Alex Acosta has won 2 races already this weekend. Michael Fountain has been the bridesmaid at least once, 2nd position. So I'm sure he is going to be hungry for a win. So I think Burris seeing Acosta on the back bumper is exactly who he wants. That's the one who's most likely to push me to the win. Michael Fountain and Mike Leo not working together. Mike Leo now in 3rd. He is going to try to get there, but I don't think. The starter has checkered flags in hand. Acosta poking out to the outside, thinking about making the move. Is it too early? Is it just right? Acosta around the outside. They are side by side, diving to the line, and Acosta is going to win the ProSpec Miata feature race by just a nose. Mike Leo will finish 3rd. Todd Burris in that 2nd position. Acosta able to dip out at just the right moment. Had enough draft to stay close, but didn't give Todd too much of a speed advantage. And there you have it. The official finishing differential, 0.045 seconds between Alex Acosta and Todd Burris. Mike Leo able to hold off Michael Fountain. Wondering how things would have shaped up if they had worked together. I'm curious about it. I think a lot of us at home are thinking the same too, but they decided to go solo. So that's how the top 4 shakes out. Mike Hitchme is able to hang on to 5th position. In 6th, Kaylin Kinley able to get around the 54 of Natalino Scapatici. So she will finish 6th. Natalino in 7th. 8th, the 65 of Louis Bustani. 9th, the 3 of Grayson Knoll. 10th, Mark Kinley in the 117. 11th, the 58 of Macy Urso. 12th, the 127 of Camden Brown. And our last car to finish, the 169 of John Griffin. So that will wrap up ProSpec Miata. Thank you Spec Miatas for putting on one heck of a show. Had a great time with that. Now if you're watching at home, don't go anywhere. We're gonna have a quick HPDE session, and we're gonna wrap things up with Formula FARA, race number 3. Keep those TVs, iPads, iPhones, whatever you're holding, locked into the YouTube channel here, FARA USA. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway for the FARA Miami Grand Prix. Our final race of the weekend, race number 3 for Formula FARA. On track now. I'm Nick Soriano up in the booth calling our last race of the day. Let's see what our lineup is as the cars make their way behind the safety car. Starting on pole, it's really been their weekend. The 31 of Cam Becker will lead the field. Next to them, Maite Caceres in number 6, and Cole Madero and Alexander Savage in row number 2. Number 3, Enzo Vidmontien and Francisco Oliveira. Row number 4, Axel Robards and Daniel Rodriguez. And row number 5, Lucas Fink and David Twatty. So there you go. I don't see Twatty's car out there, so I don't think they will be racing. They had enough between their GT and Formula stints. So 9 cars to finish things off. We've seen a lot of good racing out of Formula FARA throughout the weekend. The first 2 races were fantastic. I expect nothing less now. Don't forget, just like ProSpec Miata, Formula FARA will run the banking, not be running the road course the way we just saw HPDE and earlier today Prototype and GT do. So they'll have a little bit higher speeds going into turn 1, makes things a bit more exciting. But right now, the safety car is pulling off the track, leaving the field in the hands of the 31, Cam Becker, working that white line at the bottom of the banking. The field double file, nice and tidy compared to our Spec Miata start. Starter has the green flag in hand, and there it is. The green flag waves. Cam Becker with a great start. Maite Caceres pulls in behind, just like we have seen in previous races. Down into turn 1 they go, and everyone looks to be in pretty good shape there. A move on the outside that looks to be the 21 of Francisco Oliveira, trying to get into the 3rd position. If that is them, that's a great move, but I think that that's the 95. No, that is the 21. Francisco Oliveira into 3rd, behind Maite Caceres, Cam Becker leading the field, and then the 8 of Cole Madero into 4th. Right behind them, Alexander Savage on the 33, then the 95 of Enzo Vidmontien, the 1 of Axel Robards, and the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. Are spacing out fairly quickly. The 1 of Axel Robards looking for a move on Enzo Vidmontien. Is there space for it? Will they be able to find room? Looking around, maybe the outside here. I'm gonna try it, but no, not able to make any moves there. So single file for the front to the back. Cam Becker out front, and Maite Caceres trying to reel him in. Close enough for that draft to be an option here. Could help the number 6 car get there. We see a huge run from the number 8, Cole Madero, trying to go around the outside of the 21, Francisco Oliveira. Will they be able to make a pass as they get down? As they go through start-finish line, the 31 will lead lap number 1 with the 6. Hot and tail, the 8 of Cole Madero, able to get that spot back from Francisco Oliveira. Oh, some touching, and the 21 and the 8. 21 spins, goes off in turn 2. The 8 also goes off. I think the 21 came in a little bit hot behind the 8, caught the back bumper, the gearbox of that car. And so now that car is moving, but a long road ahead for Francisco Oliveira. The 8 as well, all the way back behind the 89 now of their teammate, Daniel Rodriguez. So out in front, Cam Becker and Maite Caceres continue to hold that front group, 2 of them. That does allow the 33 of Alexander Savage to make it up into 3rd, then the 1 of Axel Robards, and the 95 of Enzo Vidmontien. The 8 makes a pass back in front of the 89. So Cole Madero back in front of Daniel Rodriguez. NASCAR 3 and 4. Cam Becker not able to shake the 6 of Maite Caceres. About 2 car lengths between them, and closing as they get towards turn 1, that draft working. Then the 33, the 1 of Axel Robards up the inside. of Enzo Vidmontien. Not able to make it stick. Vidmontien will hold on to 4th position. And the 6 of Maite Caceres makes up a little bit of ground in between turns 1 and 4 there. See if they're able to have a good run through 6 and 7. Maybe challenge for a lead change at the front if things work out. Still a little too far back for Caceres to make a move on Becker. Good run through 8 and 9. Let's see. Both cars make it through nice and clean. See if that draft, they're close enough for the 6 of Caceres to make a move. The 33 Alexander Savage in 3rd. It's a little bit of breathing room now after Vidmontien and Robards went at it in turns 1 and 2 there. Robards charging on the outside, trying to get around, gets to the back wheel. Don't know if they're going to be able to make it around from that far back as the 31 and the 6 come by again. Nose to tail about a car length in between. The 95 has to block a little to keep the 1 from going for the inside. Looks like all fair there as the 1 stays in 5th position, trying to find a way around the 95 of Vidmontien. Caceres, holder of our fastest lap of the race at a 126.2. She's been able to do a great job of closing in and keeping Becker within arm's reach. Becker has been so strong all weekend. Being able to catch them might not be enough. Getting around is going to be tough. It's a long way back, 4.8 seconds to Alexander Savage. So plenty of breathing room for those front 2 cars to duke it out themselves. And a small gap from Savage to Vidmontien and Axel Robards, where they are battling. Nicole Madero, after that off in turn number 2, is surging back right on the back bumper of Vidmontien now. Oh. We did have a little off in turn number 8 there. That's the 89 car, Daniel Rodriguez. They were able to continue, but now Caceres around the outside of Cam Becker. Will they make it stick through turn 2? Carries the speed, stays on track, and yes, we do have a new leader going into turn number 3. The 6 of Maite Caceres takes the lead. Cam Becker now in 2nd. They're gonna have to do their part to stay close. Alexander Savage being chased down by Vidmontien and Robards. And right behind them, a hungry Cole Madero trying to get back into the mix. Can Caceres at the front hold off Becker? This 12-lap race already 4.5 laps through, so a 1/3 of the way done. A lot of time left. Into turn 8. Becker not close enough. Going to have to try and use the draft the same way Maite Caceres did last time by on the straightaways. Savage, Montien, Robards, and Madero. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th right now. And here we go, the draft taking effect. Becker going to the outside of Caceres, exiting NASCAR turn number 3. Caceres will hug the line at the bottom, make Becker go around the long way as she works her way up the track, trying to squeeze them out, get the best run through turn 1. Can Caceres defend? So far, so good. Into turn number 2. And yes, the 6 will hold off the 31. 31 drops a wheel just at the exit of turn 2, but stays nice and tight. Less than a car length between the 2 as they go down into turn number 4, the Florida roller coaster. Caceres opening up a little bit of a gap, a better exit to turns 4 and 5. And those 2 continuing, even though they're battling to stretch the lead between 2nd and 3rd. Alexander Savage not making up any ground, so the mirrors of Becker not seeing any cars is exactly what they want. To be able to focus all eyes ahead on that 1st place car of Maite Caceres. the better run there. Both look about equal. So the gap remains the same. Third, fourth, fifth, and sixth as well, holding on back there. 21 worked their way through the field now, has moved up, about to pass the 11. Lucas Fink, and this time, again, Becker on the outside. Caceres trying to squeeze up on the top line into turn number 1. Does Becker have enough room this time to make it around the outside? No. Caceres is going to hold it, but they'll stay side by side through turn 2 into turn 3. Caceres will have the advantage. Becker cannot hold the outside line there and will have to dive back in line. So another attack from Becker is defended successfully by Caceres. But the 95 of Vidmontien starting to get closer. Alexander Savage, a third place spot, looking more and more vulnerable. Through turn 7, Becker has a great run this time. Any sign of a move here? Becker looking left, looking right, goes up the inside of turn number 8. Is going to get the job done, but can the 6 of Caceres attack back? Yes, Caceres will go to the inside this time, and they are side by side exiting turn 9 onto the banking. Who has the legs? The run is going to go to Caceres right now on the inside. Just going to hug that white stripe along the banking, and Becker will fall in line, trying to get the draft, maybe make another attack here as they come across our finish line. Becker pulling out a little bit early to my liking, but seems to have a good run. Side by side, front wheel to back wheel, now wheel to wheel. The 6 going into turn 1, defending. Becker on the outside for the 3rd time in a row. Tries to stay on the outside. The 6 gives space, but Becker will fall back in line going into turn number 3. Another successful defense by Maite Caceres over Cam Becker. A little further back, 33 car able to defend from the 95 as well. The 95 right on the back gearbox of the 33. Very close. Any missed opportunities, missed marks will lead to the 95 having that spot, no problem. Caceres a much better run through 6 and 7 this time. Not as vulnerable to an attack as they were on the last lap going into turn number 8. Becker will have to stay in line, look for the better run, exiting the hairpin onto the back straightaway. 95 is a different story though. Looking up the inside, locks up the wheel, able to get it done. The 33 smartly moves out of the way, gives up the spot, and will fall right in line with the 95. So now the 95, Vidmontien into 3rd. But Savage coming back, going low. Inside line left open by the 95, and now Savage just on the white stripe. But up at the front, Becker again trying to make the move. Exactly side by side, crossing start finish. This time Becker has a little advantage going into turn 1. Is it enough to make a difference? It is. He will pull in front of the 6, this time by. And now we have another new leader just behind. Alexander Savage able to make the pass on Enzo Vidmontien. So now 3rd place has changed as well. All sorts of shuffling going on the podium here in Formula FARA Race 3. Working lap number 9, so only 4 laps to go. The battling between Alexander Savage and Enzo Vidmontien has allowed Axel Robards to get back into the mix here. So now we've got a 3-car battle for 3rd, a 2-car battle for 1st at the front. Becker able to hold off Caceres. Caceres has probably learned a thing or two about where to make the move on this straightaway section. The question is, are they content to wait a couple of laps and stay nice and close to Becker at the front, or willing to take the risk and make the move as early as possible to try and get back in the lead and enjoy some of that clean air up in front? Caceres falls in, stays single file with Becker. Will not make a move this time by. So Becker holds on for another lap. A little bit further back, side-by-side racing for Savage and Vidmontien. Savage drives Vidmontien all the way down to the paint on the front straightaway, but now Savage going wide, and Vidmontien looks up the inside in turn 2, is able to get through to the 95 back into third. And there is Robards right behind Savage, trying to make the pass, unable to do so. So we have Becker out front, Caceres in second, Vidmontien in third, Savage in fourth, and Robards in fifth. Stalking that group of three, though, in sixth position is Olmadero in the number 8 machine. Francisco Oliveira able to get by Lucas Fink, is now 7th. Lucas Fink in 8th, and Daniel Rodriguez with that big off back in turn number 8 in 9th. This time, it looks like Caceres has a pretty good run getting into turn 3. How late will they go to make the move? Staying behind Becker for as long as possible before breaking out of line. No move yet. Right here at the exit of turn 4, Caceres goes to the outside. Not quite the same run we've seen out of Becker's car when he makes the move, but side by side into turn 1, Caceres is going to have to fall in line. Does not have any attack there. Side by side across the start finish line, though, is the 95 and the 33. The 33 with a run on the outside, trying to get through turn 2 and make it ahead. But Vidmontien defends in the 95, and this time Robards is there. Scoots up the inside and is able to take 4th position away from Alexander Savage. So now Savage in 5th, looking at the outside in of that battle for 3rd. Olmadero still licking his lips, hoping that there's a mistake or an incident, trying to find a way onto that last step of the podium, sitting in 6th position right now. Back at the front, Becker able to have a pretty strong lead, a good exit through 6 and 7, and now a great exit at 8 and 9. I think there's far too big of a gap for Caceres to be able to catch up and get around on this lap. And this time by, we should be seeing the white flag. So time is dwindling for Caceres to get that race win they've been looking for this whole weekend. It's been in second every one of the races so far. Yes, big gap for Becker this time by. No attacks to be made through turn 1. But further back, the battle for 3rd is going to heat up. Savage was able to get by Robards and now is looking to get into 3rd. Vidmontien goes low, and Savage follows. Looking for any entrance there. Robards with a better run, trying to find some space to get past Savage, but unable to. Vidmontien, decent gap into turn number 3. Savage right behind, then Robards, then Madero. Vidmontien pushing very hard, drops one wheel in turn 5. No time lost, just a little cloud of dust as they go into turn number 6. Looking out at turn number 8, Caceres too far to make an attack there. Going to need a great run through turns 8 and 9 to have a shot here. Looks pretty good, but not sure if it's good enough. And we did have, there was an incident in our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars. It looks like the 8 of Olmadero either made a pass and had some contact, or the car had an issue. So they are slow on the short chute. Looking down, checkered flags are in the air. Cam Becker in the 31 is going to sweep the weekend. Maite Caceres in 2nd, a sweep of 2nd places. And now looking back, who will take 3rd? It's Vidmontien, and then Savage. Savage looking to go. Moving back and forth. Savage has a run, will not be able to get there. Vidmontien will take the last step on the podium as Alexander Savage comes up just short, half a car length for the win there. Axel Robards will finish in 5th position. Wasn't able to get any attack there. The next car around should be the 21. Francisco So sixth position goes to the 21 after a spin in turn number 2 after an incident. So they are able to fight back fairly well. Madero has not made it back around, so that car looks to be disabled somewhere around the track. Coming up next, the 7th place finisher, the 11 of Lucas Fink. And our final car crossing the start-finish line now, the 89 of Daniel Rodriguez. So whatever happened in turn 6 and 7 there for Cole Madero did end the race. They'll finish 1 lap down as our cars will make their way down pit lane to victory lane for their award ceremony. Well, wow, what a great race to end the weekend here. The FARA Miami Grand Prix has certainly offered us some great racing. I hope everyone enjoyed it, if whether you're in the paddock or at home watching. Appreciate you all being here and tuning in. My name's Nick Soriano. I'll be covering the next weekend as well. FARA will head to Sebring on Memorial Day weekend, May 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Make sure you are subscribed to the FARA YouTube channel. That way you can see all of our live streams and video updates. So as the cars pull down pit lane into victory lane, that is it for me. Thank you so much for hanging out. Until next time, stay safe out there.
Harder, baby, harder.